Good afternoon and welcome to our 2022 kickoff meeting. We're very pleased today to be joined by Baxter colleagues, but also our legacy Hillrom colleagues. And we're broadcasting live from Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Before we start, I'd like to give you a few housekeeping tips. So first of all, there is live translation today. And when entering the lobby, the virtual lobby, you can see on the top of the screen here a little flag. Just click on the language you would select, and you will have the live translation throughout the meeting today. The second thing is to make sure you have good visibility on the slide. You have an opportunity, like on the YouTube channel, to click on the little icon on the bottom right corner of the slide to make the slide bigger and have a full screen view. So that will give you more comfort. And finally, today we have our CEO, Joe Almeida, and our EMEA President, Cristiano Franzi, and we will have a live Q&A session. So you have an opportunity to ask questions through the Pigeonhole. You have the link in the invitation. Please ask many questions. And without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Cristiano Franzi.
Thank you, Patrice, and good day, everyone. I have to admit, just like all of you, I would probably prefer to be on a stage in a large room with a lot of people, just to have that energy, that passion, that energy that just drives you for a meeting like this one. Unfortunately, with COVID, we have once again to postpone that pleasure, and I hope we'll be able to do it next year. However, I must also recognize that through this technology, we are reaching many, many more people than ever before. We have 7,000 people logged into the atrium in the last 24 hours. That's a huge number. We would never have been able to reach as many people as we did through an event like this. And just a few minutes ago or half an hour ago, we were looking at how many people are registering for the actual live session today. We were just under 4,000. I imagine that number has been growing ever since. So there is something to learn about this as well. It's great to have this big meeting, but we also need to have the technology to reach more people. And as we will plan for meetings in the future, we will actually combine these two things so that we can have a part in person and a part virtual and continue to keep the communications line open. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our CEO, Joe Almeida, who will help us kick off the meeting. Joe, thank you.
Good afternoon, Cristiano. Good afternoon, our colleagues in Europe. I'm very happy to be here with you today. This is a very important moment when both companies are coming together. Our kickoff meetings across the globe are of extreme importance. So 4,000 people, Cristiano, this is unbelievable, unbelievable. So let's advance our slides. So when we sit here today, what comes to mind? There are two words that are of extreme importance for us to reflect and then to execute. It's transformation and acceleration. It's transformation of many different things, including portfolio, continued cultural transformation, and acceleration of bringing those two companies together and developing products for the future. So when we think about the impact that we have in populations across the globe, we need to think about what are the three things that impact us the most. Next slide, please. We are focused on serving our patients and clinicians. We're here, as we always say, for the mission of the company, which is save and sustain lives. We also ask you to accelerate the performance of the company. And you may ask, but acceleration of performance, how do we serve patients and clinicians at the same time? Well, you think about this. We went through and are going through a significant change in healthcare delivery with a pandemic that has changed the lives of every single person on this planet. we think slightly different. We think about delivery of care differently. Where the care is delivered is different. And our role is to evolve. To evolve means serving these patients in a better way, making sure that we continue to be relevant in those spaces, thus accelerating the performance, and then bringing Baxter and Hill-Rom together. You know, those challenges, next slide, please. Those challenges are clear and present today. We have a significant impact of COVID-19 and the pandemic, and let me hit this right on the head. Manufacturing supply chain constraints are across our company and across the industry and the globe. We're doing the best we can to produce products at a faster pace, to hire people who have been out of work due to either Delta or Omicron, to be able to get ranks in our plants, people in our plants, to be able to make your products. We are all hands on deck, like we would say in the United States. We say all hands on deck. All people able need to be focused on making sure product gets to the customer and to the customer to the from the customer to the patient. No question that the COVID-19 has been a significant disruptor, but it is what it is. This is what we're facing, and in the moment, I ask that our integrated supply chain led by Jim Borzi to continue to take the charge and ensure product availability in this difficult moment. We're doing everything we can, and we think things will ameliorate in the near future. So what do I expect from you? What is the difference that you've made? So let's think about what you have accomplished in 2021. Next slide, please. In the midst of a pandemic that we thought were going to subside as vaccines took charge and people were getting vaccinated in most places in the world, Delta surged in May, June last year and made the North Hemisphere summer very difficult into the fall. And then in the beginning of the early days of the winter, we got hit by Omicron. No matter what hit us, you did a phenomenal job. You were able to put a lot of points on the board. Prismax 2 was a virtual launch, and the virtual reality training was complete. Slides are moving. Set them in place. My kidney journey patient site launch, the growth in clinical nutrition led by Olymel, Phenomel, and Numeta. Despite the fact we had significant issues getting vitamins to supplement our product lines because our suppliers of vitamins are engaged in making vaccines. Nevertheless, you did a wonderful job getting Olymel, Phenomel, and Numeta growth and put a phenomenal growth on the board. Establishment of a specialty injectable pharmaceuticals commercial team, which was the genesis of this group in Europe, and we are excited about it. We've got to make sure to continue on this effort. There's now one acquisition that will put us on a growth trajectory. We need to have this team fully functionally and fully equipped to deliver on the acquisition, as well as molecules coming to Europe. Strong momentum in advanced surgery. You know, there has been a business that fluctuates a lot with hospital admissions and the ability of hospitals to deliver on care beyond just treating the patients at COVID, which is an enormous task. So imagine hospitals having to balance taking care of patients who are in immediate need with COVID, as well as treating patients who need to be operated. So advanced surgery in the wake of the pandemic did a wonderful job. And lastly but not least, ICENET launch in ischemia. Great job there by Hani and his team. So when we think about what is ahead of us, it's all about transformation and acceleration of that transformation. Next slide, please. That transformation is more than just the integration of Hillrom. Let's think about what you want the culture of the company to be. What are the values that we're going to continue to live? What are the things that will make a difference in the patients' lives that we do? How do we transform the company to continue to focus on the customer, on the patient, the ability to innovate, the ability to bring a best place to work in to the forefront? The acceleration of this transformation is extremely important. Let's think about how these two companies come together, because there is a reason why we did this. There is a future that is brighter because of that. Next slide, please. Share vision that we both have. Both companies have a very close vision and how to transform the future is the vision of creating insights. Insights are conclusions that are provided from data that we collect. So data that is collected from a bed, from a CRRT, from a pump, from a cycler, that data, when transmitted, is one thing. It's a great feat to transmit the data, make it available. More importantly is the vision of creating insights, conclusions, indications, the ability to tell physicians, you may want to look at these ABC things here, because based on the data we're collecting, we're seeing this trend. So this is acceleration of transformation of the company. We also need to expand the reach of our portfolio through geographical expansion. That is important because it brings the product to different places. Baxter has a more global organization in terms of reach. So this is beneficial for the patient, the customer, for the company. We are committed to ethics and compliance in everything we do. We don't see a different way of doing business. We don't see the gray zones. We see the right and we see the wrong. And we are determined and absolutely committed to be on the right side of things. And we think that message is important to be given at any given time to everybody working in the company, is that ethics and compliance is what makes us a good company. Ethics and compliance is what makes us a viable company. We also have significant commitment to inclusion, diversity, and equity. Think about inclusion and diversity. Diversity is the group of people that you have around the table. And you may say, well, we have a significant diverse group of people in Europe. We come from different backgrounds, we come from different cultures. That is true. Diversity is about race, is about ethnicity, is about having people from complete different walks of life sit with you at the table and feel included. That's the second part, inclusion. Diversity is the mix that we bring to the table. Inclusion is how you make people feel. when you work with them. And equity is to be able to treat people like you like to be treated. Is to bring people to the level where everybody has equality and justice. So think about this concept. It's not a concept of all of us are diverse. It's a concept of where we are diverse by the right parameters, and we are inclusive in every sense of the word. When we do those things, we create meaningful value to our shareholders and stockholders who rely on us. And stockholders are everyone: patient, customer, employee, and shareholder of the company. We have great businesses together. These businesses continue to flourish. We will get over this pandemic, and we will get over the supply chain constraints. Those are short-term challenges. We will get through them together and make this an even better and greater company. Our products are diverse. Our products service a very large base of patients. Next slide, please. Our businesses are, as you know, a combination of both companies with very few changes that we made. We have advanced surgery, which is our hemostats and sealants, and adhesion barrier prevention, or adhesion prevention with adhesion barriers. This is surgical business. This is OR business for the most part. Biopharma Solutions is our service business to the pharmaceutical industry, which has been key to the filling and finishing vaccines in the last year and a half. Clinical nutrition is a hospital business, a home business that provide nutrients and the ability to sustain life to patients who cannot eat or processed food. Pharmaceuticals is a series of products we have, mostly premix and vial products. Those are injectable pharmaceuticals, and those are generic, but with a slight change to their formulation in terms of how we combine that in a premix. They give us advantage for the most part. So what you're seeing on the screen is one of our products that is premix, ready to use in the hospital. It's not used every place in the world, but we wish it would, because it is the ability of provide safety and efficiency to the supply chains within the hospital. This is a very successful business, and Baxter is very good at it. Medication delivery and acute therapies are products that are mostly in hospital. CRRT, if you heard, continuous renal replacement therapy. This is a product that provides a effective dialysis of the blood for kidney failure, for acute kidney failure, AKI, acute kidney injuries. Those are sometimes temporary, and those are caused by viral infections or bacterial infections that render the kidney ineffective for a period of time. Mostly is treated in the ICU. In our portfolio of pumps that are starting to get into Europe, most of them US and Canadian business. And then we have the two businesses that we brought together from Hillrom, the Patient Support Systems and Global Surgical Solutions, from custom bespoke OR design, with our Trump business that started in Germany and is a global business today, to patient support systems, which are the smart beds and care communications that are between the patient and the nursing. There's many things going on there. Exciting business in terms of growth. Is not in the old capital business only. Is a business that has technology. Hillrom did a great job buying some buying few companies and bringing them together, advancing the connected care business through patient support systems. We have frontline care, which is the patient of the office, doctor's office, as well as the business that is in the ER, emergency wards of hospitals, is a very good business, growing at a very good rate with some very interesting adjacency opportunities. So this business goes from diagnostics in the doctor's office through tympanic thermometry, the well-challenged product line, which is housed in frontline care as well. And lastly is the renal care business of Baxter, which is our dialysis business, ICHD, which is in-center hemodialysis, as well as your home hemodialysis in Europe with AK98, as well as a very successful peritoneal dialysis business that Baxter has across the globe, the innovator of the business, and continues to hold significant share of that business. So this brings together both of them in acceleration. So if you think about how do you accelerate connected care, is when you bring this together. Remember, next slide, please. It's not about only moving data. It's about having smart devices that can collect data. It's to transmit the data and to create analytics that provide the clinician the ability to say, hey, listen, there is a problem with patient A, patient Jones. Patient Jones in room 255 is starting to show signs of ABC. That is when the technology comes together. Just indicate that the patient is doing something is important. Indicating what becomes a future problem is even more important. So think about acceleration of connected care. It's all about smart devices, data analytics, and communications. So that is the future that we bring into Baxter. So if you think about what are the key drivers for us as a company, next slide, please. There are 4 of them, and they are supported by the customer experience in every aspect of them. Connected care, innovation, geographic expansion, sites of care expansion, and enhanced services offering. Those are the key drivers. So when we're doing the integration of Hillrom, you see those 4 drivers very actively in our integration plans. Very important to think about this. So acceleration of performance is something that will, with the key growth drivers, bring Baxter to a different place, a different platform, a different level. Next slide, please. We have to embrace our culture levers. To our new colleagues and our current colleagues at Baxter and Hillrom, coming together to the new Baxter is speed, sense of urgency, simplicity in everything we do. But remember, simplicity is not reducing complexity, but understanding complexity and resolving the issues that are very complex with a simple outcome solution. Not the resolution may not be simple, but the outcome is simplicity. So that's not confused. There are some very important things that we have to do, which are highly complex. For instance, cybersecurity, for instance, product innovation. Those are not easy. Those are very complex things to tackle. Once we tackle them, we want to make sure the outcome has simplicity as one of the drivers. Courage to stand up and be yourself and say what you think. Bring yourself to work. I want to make sure that we all understand that one of the key levers of inclusion for me is the ability not to fit in a mold, but is the ability to bring yourself to work and be valued for who you are. Collaboration is what glues everything together. As I said before, integrity in everything we do. The guardrails are well established. We are on the right side of things. We know the difference between right and wrong. We are on the right side of things. Always. The decision is always in the right side of things. Please, the next slide. So this all brings together our mission is one Baxter, one mission is save and sustain lives. There is nothing more important, next slide please, of bringing together a one Baxter force multiplier. So let's review quickly what it means. We start at the top left corner with our goals. We always speak about the three top goals on this page. First, always patient safety and quality. If you were part of our executive management review the other day, you see that is a focus of the company in any minute, any second of the day. We're here to ensure that we do no harm and our products have the quality that they are designed to have. And if they don't, when we find out, we immediately take action. We don't sit on it. We have speed, going back to the cultural levers, speed in determining if something is not right and make it right. We don't shy away from that. We don't say, well, we can tackle this later. No. When it's patient safety and quality, we tackle now. There's nothing more important to the company. We grow through innovation. We bring together the innovation that makes a difference in people's lives. We also foster a best place to work, no matter where we work and how we work. We bring that together. We do those three things with a strong sense of ethics and compliance, displaying the behaviors of our culture levers, the sense of urgency, speed, simplicity, courage, and collaboration. We get to our mission of save and sustain lives. And then, and only then, we can see the industry-leading performance. We do those things right. The financial performance and the customer perception of the company are consequences of it. So what do I expect from you? Next page, please. I want to be very clear that these are very important points I'm going to make to you right now. If you want to remember anything that I say today, you're going to remember first that we do everything for the patient. We do no harm. We do everything in compliance of laws with integrity and ethics. And those 5 points I'm making right now. Know who your customer is. If you're in marketing, I expect you to be in the field when you can. If you're in research and development, I expect you to know what the unmet needs of your patients and customers are. I expect you to have that behavior. Understand the market that we work. This ever-changing marketplace is our responsibility to learn and know at all times. I expect you not to check boxes on things to get done, but to connect the dots. Don't check the box, connect the dots. Understand how things come together. Think 2-3 steps ahead. Watch for what is around the corner that sometimes is not visibly clear to everyone. That is the value that we bring as a team. Understand what is not clearly understood. See where the market's going when not all the dots are there So instead of checking the boxes about our understanding, we connect the dots. We move with sense of urgency, and we play to win. If we deserve to win, we play to win. Next slide, please. At this moment, I'd like to take a pause and to thank all of you for what you did in 2021. Was not an easy year, like was not in 2020. The changes are enormous. The challenges are enormous. But there's not one team, there's not one company I would rather go through this crisis like I am with you. You are the team that makes Baxter successful. You are the team that creates the link between our mission and our patients. You are the team that creates the environment. Then every day in the morning when I get up, no matter how difficult I think that day is going to be, I have the hope that we're going to be in a better place because people like you, my colleagues. I thank you very much for everything. Wishing you a wonderful 2022 full of achievements and successes. And I will see you, hopefully some of you in March, as I'm coming to see Cristiano in Switzerland. Cristiano, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. Thanks for the overview. It's always good for the teams to hear directly from the CEO and your perspectives. This was a great introduction, actually, also to some of the topics that I want to cover. So if we could go to my next slide, please. Okay, we need to see the slide. Okay, now we're coming. So Joe mentioned that before, it's one Baxter, one mission. We are one company now. And it's incredible how quickly that actually happened. This is the first time that we bring together the two teams. And I think it's a fantastic, exciting opportunity. Can I have the next slide, please? To talk a little bit about the two companies. So globally, Baxter is one of the big 10 medtech device companies in the world. We are about just under $15 billion globally and 60,000 employees globally. Here you see how that relates for our region. In our region, we are gonna hit 3.8 billion. So I hope soon we'll be looking at 4 billion there as our next target as a region. And we are in total some 16,000 employees in the region. This is a big company. This is a big company, especially if you come from Hillrom. It may feel a little bit different as you start navigating your new job experience. Big companies sometimes feel more powerful, but also sometimes a little bit less nimble, and that may well be what you will see. Now, I like the powerful part. I like the investments that we can do, and I know I am convinced we can really help grow the Hillrom business and together grow Baxter in the region because of that. And I promise you we'll do everything possible to be as nimble as possible and continue to be. This is something that it clearly needs to be one of our objectives as we move forward. So let's have the next slide, and let's take a look at how we did as Baxter in 2021. That was our target. We were supposed to deliver in a very difficult environment with a lot of unknown associated with the pandemic, 3% growth. And that's exactly what we did. So, congratulations. I would like to be in that big meeting room right now. This would be the moment where I would ask everybody to get up for a round of well-deserved applause by everybody, because it is the contribution of all of you that actually gets us here. Now, you're going to have simply to imagine some 4,000 people clapping their hands right now, and this is to all of you. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide to break that 3% down a little bit by business. So if you look at it there, you can see advanced surgery, a major contributor to growth. congratulations to the advanced surgery team. They were coming from a very, very difficult year in 2020, and they really came around and brought the focus on the business and supported the surgeons with the new surgical volumes that were achieving. Great performance by the team. I'd love to see Stefan and team 20% again also next year. That would be really cool. Then medication delivery and in the pharma business, another business on target, delivering 5% growth and hitting target in spite of not being able to launch one of the biggest product launches that we were actually planning for the year, Novum. So in spite of that, still on target and a great performance by that team as well. Renal care missed the target, but it's really a story of two cities. On one side, PD was exactly on target. If I remember correctly, was delivering somewhere around 4% growth. The trouble was more on the HD side, where supply issues, quality issues impaired some of the results that we're trying to achieve. Even in HD, however, it's really worthwhile underscoring the incredible performance of Theranova, where in Europe we have the highest penetration in the world, in the region with that product, which is a really innovative and an exciting product. Acute therapies on target, you say negative number? Yeah, of course, because the previous year when we had COVID, the demand for CRRT products was huge at the beginning. It was the first solution to try to help patients, and we had huge demand in that first year. As things normalized, demand went down, and we were expecting that, and we set that. So when we set targets, which also shows you that we set realistic targets from also, and the team hit the target, although a negative 5% versus the previous year. Clinical nutrition missed targets. I must say, had it not been for the significant backorder that this business faced with Cernavit the entire year, I am sure the clinical nutrition would have hit the target. So we were a little bit dependent, we were considerably dependent on the supply that we were receiving, and that hurt us and made us miss the target. Ischemia, fantastic results. To all my friends in ischemia out there, you made me nervous sometimes during the year, but in the end, what a performance. Once again, 8% growth from a region that continues to offer a lot of growth opportunity for the entire company, and that deserves to continue to receive investments as we are indeed doing. I also want to point out, although we cannot claim any credit for this because this was a separate company, but just to show that the Hillrom team is a strong team. Hillrom, PSS, GSS businesses, and the frontline care businesses all hit their targets in their fiscal year. The colors are slightly different just to signify that it's not our fiscal year, it's not our business, but since we have many of the Hillrom colleagues here as well, I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate them on a fantastic 2021 fiscal year as well, and a great job for everybody. All right, so that is what was last year. Let's take a look at next year. Where are we going to go next year? So let me start. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, thanks. Let me start a little bit broad, because before we go into the business details, and tomorrow you will have the business unit reviews, where you're really going to go into detail. What are some of our objectives beyond our mission of saving and sustaining lives? And as a company, we have three goals we call ESG goals: environmental, societal, and the governance goal, which really go around championing our peoples and community, protecting the planet, and empowering patients. We could talk a day around these things, but I just want to give you a couple of examples. Protecting our planet. In Lessins, which is where our plant and distribution centers are in Belgium, we installed last year 3,600 solar panels that together generate the equivalent of 1,270 megawatt hours of electricity. Now, that doesn't mean anything to me, as I'm sure it doesn't mean much to many of you. So I asked to put that in perspective. Well, what is that like, 1,270? And it is the equivalent of the energy consumed by 400 households over a year. Now, by generating that level of energy through a solar panel system, we're reducing 290 tons of CO2 each year, considerably reducing the carbon footprint that as a company we're generating. This is just one example. There are many more examples of what the company is doing in this, and it's worthwhile for you to learn about these. And there are many of them are actually listed in Back Central. And if you've never done it, I would recommend that you do and look it up. I think we can all be very proud with what we're doing in this space. On the other side, talking about championing our people and communities, Andy Goldney, who's going to talk a little bit about Baxter after the break, is going to go a little bit deeper into this. But I want to point out one thing. Recently, with the leadership team, we were saying, what can we do more for our communities? And one of the things that was brought to our attention was that youth unemployment is on the rise. It's somewhere around 17% right now in Europe. And it's hitting particularly strongly people that youth that just finished university and cannot get a job. So we decided to open in Europe or in EMEA 30 internship for graduate students to come on a paid internship in Baxter to learn what it's like to join a company like this. It's 30, it's just a beginning. I think we can do more as we go through. It's a first start, and we're beginning to look at how we can do it. But there are many, many examples like this, not only at the European level, at the local level, that the company is engaging with. And I really, really commend everybody involved for driving these kind of things. And finally, moving towards empowering patients, look, we want to expand access to care and also to self-care, and we want to expand value-based healthcare as well. Let's go to the next slide to see how the integration of Hillrom is actually making us stronger in this space. Take a moment to digest this slide. This is a complex slide, but you will see this again in the future again. As one company, we play everywhere along the continuum of care, from emergency department to the operating room, intensive care units and so on, all the way to the physician office, to the ambulatory setting. We have products that serve each one of these. And there are very, very few companies that actually can claim that. This is a unique advantage, or a rare advantage, if not unique, that Baxter has and that we need to leverage better. I want you to think about the companies in these broader terms and help us understand how we can reposition our value proposition to our customers with that in mind. Now, we have products for each one of these, and later you will see both Andy and Eric and Dirk talk in a little bit more detail about some of these products. And imagine now if we could connect all these products, if we could make them talk to each other, if we could actually collect data from all these different products at the different stages of the continuum of care to take better decisions and improve the outcome of the patient. That is the vision that we have for this new company. This is how we transform healthcare. And I find it super exciting. And I'm sure we will be talking much, much more about this throughout the year, probably years, I should say. This is going to take some time. Let's have the next slide. So how do we get organized to make something like this happen? Well, we're launching Project Golden Gate. Why Golden Gate? Because Golden Gate is a bridge from the Baxter that we are today to the Baxter that we want to be in the future. And we're going to have to cross that bridge. And it's not going to happen overnight, and it's going to take some time, but it's going to get us there. And you see there, say, another Agile Growth chapter, because if you were in Baxter, you've heard me talk about Agile Growth for the last 3 years. And if you are new to Baxter, Agile growth is very simply that mindset that allows you to continuously reinvent yourself while you keep the focus on growing the business. These are the two things that we need to learn to do together. So let's have the next slide and try to begin looking at, next slide, please. Try to begin to look at how should we think about Project Golden Gate. So on one side, you're going to see a focus on these 6 themes, which we will continue to focus on for all of 2022 and probably beyond. And the themes are business focus. We introduced this business focus for the first time when we launched Project Grand Bleu a few years ago, when we verticalized the businesses in Europe and put new focus on EMEA as a region. And we will continue that business focus, but as you have seen my announcement on Friday, by fine-tuning a little bit how we organize our businesses. For the Hillrom side of the business, we're introducing for the first time 2 new vertical business units, which didn't exist in Hillrom. And by creating this new structure, we make sure that we have the focus with the right configuration on those areas where we think we can have the biggest impact as a company. The next part is connected care. And both Joe and I discussed about it before. It's that slide that was saying earlier. What if we could get all these products to talk to each other? What if we could collect data from each one of them, if we could connect them and then improve care to the patients because we can use the data intelligently? We will spend a lot of time in the next years to actually really realize that objective and really make a difference on how care is delivered in the region and around the world. And then customer experience. We must absolutely improve the customer experience. Look, customer experience is made of many things. On one side, it is the experience that the customer has when he or she interacts with one of our field reps, when he or she interacts with our medical teams, when they connect to our websites and look for information, is that easy to do or not, when they participate in one of our symposias, and many, many other situations. But ultimately, the real moment of experience is when they use our products and when they receive our products and they are available to use. Any of the things that I said before become secondary if we cannot deliver the right product at the right time, to the right location, at a fair price. And I want to be totally transparent with all of you because I know you are aware of this. I and the leadership team are very aware that 2021 has been a very difficult year from a supply point of view. There are many reasons why this is so. On one side, COVID has made it very difficult to forecast exactly what the demand is. On the other side, shortages in supply have curtailed our manufacturing capacity in many situations, and we're not the only company that goes through that. And those are all very valid excuses that we all understand. Still, it doesn't diminish that this is absolutely important for the company. And I can guarantee you that it is in the middle of the chart and it will be in the middle of our priorities to improve the customer experience in 2022 and hopefully set it as a differentiating factor for Baxter in the region. The other opportunity is geographic expansion. I spoke about EMEA, great opportunity, great growth from that region, but we are not done yet, and there is more that can be done. And actually also, I was looking at the Hillrom penetration, even in Europe, in Hillrom, I think there are some opportunities for geographic expansion as well. So this was and will continue to be one of the ways that we will transform the company. Ultimately, we cannot transform healthcare if we're not present in all the geographies where we want to be present. So this is fundamental. Then simplification and standardization. COE stands for Centers of Excellence. Even 3 years after Grand Bleu, we still have different processes by countries and sometimes across functions. This just creates difficulties, just creates inefficiencies. We will accelerate the standardization and the optimization of these processes by moving more and more of these activities to centers of excellence that will serve the countries in a more standardized and automated way. This links back to everything that we have been discussing about digital transformation and how to standardize and automate many of the processes that can be done so. And ultimately, best place to work. Andy, again, will talk more about it in this section, but I'm very, very pleased, just very recently, that's when I bring it up, we have been recognized in 5 countries where we participated as a top employer. And this was in Switzerland, in Germany, in France, in Italy, and in Poland. And as a result of that, we can actually now recognize ourselves and be recognized as a top employer in Europe. So that's a great result. But obviously, what is important is why is that so? And what difference does it make? And Andy will talk a little bit more about that in his part. So let's go to the next slide, where we're going to go back a little bit to point number 1 there, the business focus. Joe has done an excellent job at explaining what each one of our business unit does, so I will not spend much time about it. I'll talk about the changes that we have done as an organization, the announcement that went back on Friday. Nothing much changed, actually nothing changed in advanced surgery. Stefan and the team did a fantastic job. We'll continue exactly the way we are. And we look forward to more growth in that region as well. Renal care, you saw, I announced a change in leadership in renal care. And I've been speaking with Marie-Claire. Marie-Claire has been leading the business for the last 3 years, has done a fantastic job at relaunching the PD business in the region. And has done also a great job with her team to drive HD in the best possible way in the region, in spite of all the difficulties that we had, and also with a great success in Terranova. However, times come a moment when it's time to inject a new direction and prepare for the next phase. So I've asked Piero Novello to join us in Europe. He's currently leading Central America for Baxter, and come back to Europe. Piero is Italian of origin, and help us lead the renal care business in Europe. Piero has 25 years of experience in the company, much of it in renal, so very relevant background here. And he's going to be working with the team to continue to build on the excellent work done so far and fine-tune some other next stages that will prepare us for the future in here. So that's one. I really want to say thank you to Marie-Claire. It's been an invaluable help over the last 3 years. Great progress. And again, if we were in the room all together right now, I would ask everybody to stand up and give Marie-Claire a big round of applause. The other major change that we introduced was combining clinical nutrition and pharma. And these are businesses that have a common compounding background, and we have compounding facilities for both of them. We see significant opportunities to actually look at compounding across the two businesses and coordinate better, and that was one of the major drivers. But in addition to that, both businesses have a home care path as well, and you saw earlier the continuum of care and how we want to be playing everywhere. So with the nutrition, home care, and OPAT in pharma, we do have certain opportunities to create new synergies there as well. And ultimately, the pharmacy relationship, which is relevant for both businesses. I have asked Andy Goldney to lead this business, which is now the largest business in the region at $1 billion. And I'm sure Andy will do a fantastic job taking us to the next level here. As a result, Luigi Antoniazzi, who has been leading the nutrition business for the last 3 years, will leave the company. These are never easy decisions. Luigi has done a fantastic job in the 3 years that he was in charge of nutrition, and certainly also in the many, many years that he was in the company before I even joined. So we owe a lot of gratitude to Luigi for everything that he has done, and I wish him also all the best for his future career, and I have little doubt that he will do extremely, extremely well. And here again, this will be the moment to all tribute a big round of applause to Luigi as well. The next part is combining medication delivery with acute therapies, and this creates also a very significant business, which is a $500 million business, really looking at that continuum of care, moving from the acute space back into the ward or the med-surg space that we're doing. We see opportunities, especially as we look at connected care, there at continuing to monitor the information and the patient flow from one place to the next. That will be the challenge that I have asked Magnus to figure out. How do we differentiate ourselves in that space by combining these technologies there? And so Magnus is the new leader of the medication delivery and acute therapies business in Europe, and congratulations to Magnus as well. And then Patient Support System and Global Surgical Solutions, the newly established vertical business unit for Hillrom, as well as Frontline Care, newly established vertical business unit for Hillrom, from Hillrom for Baxter, I should say, and $300 and $140 million respectively each. Here we created 2 new positions that didn't exist before. Vice President of PSS and GSS, which goes to Fami Kawash, who has been leading the German and the DACH and the Benelux region for Hillrom up to now. He's taking over the responsibility to lead that $300 million business in Europe. And congratulations to Fami. I'm very much looking forward to work more closely with you. And then the Frontline Care business, I've asked Joseph Sitches, who has been driving the commercial excellence business unit up to now, to take over that business. And Joseph has a lot of relevant experience in that space that will help us make the difference. It's the smallest business, I keep reminding Joseph, so it's the one from where I expect the most growth. And look, I'm only partly joking. I really believe there's a lot of growth opportunity in Frontline Care, and I look forward to Joseph working with the team, getting to know each other, establishing the new direction there as well. So both Joseph and Fami, congratulations. And then finally, Senior. We didn't really change anything there, and that was not the intention. We launched 6 months ago, or maybe a little bit more, a program which is B24 with Hani and his team, which is actually setting the objective of making the region a $1 billion business by 2024. And the team is on track to do that. And I just will continue to monitor how they work and hopefully help them get there, maybe even sooner. So this is the new structure. If I can have the next slide. On the next slide, you see the entire leadership team, and I've already spoken about some of the names. Let me just briefly say a few words about some of the other new members of the team. Eric Verkreuz is going to take over ICS from Christian Ostrovsky. Christian launched ICS for me 3 years ago when we started Grand Bleu. And it's not an easy task to build a team that is dedicated to the largest accounts, to create long-term partnerships with them, and working in collaboration with the business units requires orchestrating very many different forces all at the same time. Christian and the team have made great progress establishing ICS as an entity. I have asked Eric to take over that responsibility because I see an immediate opportunity to combine what Eric and the Hillrom teams are bringing in terms of connected care with the commercial power of the ICS team. We finally have a product, the connected care, to go with the commercial power that we have in ICS, working together with the business units to really drive this as fast as possible. And Eric will take over that responsibilities. I want to say thank you here also again to Christian for everything that he has done. And again, a big round of applause and gratitude for Christian for everything that he has done here. I am pleased to announce that we were able to appoint Priska Kianza to take Joseph's position. Priska was leading our inside sales effort in the region, working for Joseph. I have been very impressed with her ability to collaborate with the business units and the vision that she has about the future. I'm asking Priska to take commercial excellence to the next level. Now, where we are looking at not only optimizing everything that we're doing like we have been doing, but also kind of imagining what the go-to-market model of the future is. And I think she will be a great driver of innovation for the region. So congratulations, Priska, and thank you. I'd also like to introduce Dirk Linzat. Dirk is actually the commercial operations lead in Hillrom. And I have asked him to take over also the integration lead role for the company. And by combining these two roles, we'll be able to continue to provide the very customized type of service that Hillrom has been delivering around these massive projects of building operating rooms, changing all the beds in a hospital and things like that, along with ensuring a progressive integration of Hillrom in Baxter. So I'm very excited. I've been working closely with Dirk in the last few weeks, very impressed with everything that he's doing. Be a great addition to the leadership team here as well. A couple of other names that were already introduced earlier. Etienne joined a while ago, was appointed, taking over VP of Human Resources. Happy to have him on board. Very glad to enlarge the leadership team by bringing in Merle Godard as VP of Quality. I'm happy to have her on board, as well as Paolo Brugiotti. We announced this already a while back, but it's worthwhile mentioning as a new member in the leadership team and leading IT. And then also, of course, having Milena Yakimova from the ethics and compliance team joining the leadership team as well. So look, in total, if I look at this leadership team, we have 5 women out of 24. That is about 20%. That's insufficient, right? And I know that there is some questions about how can we address this and how can we get more women in leadership. I'll talk about it more also during the Q&A questions session. It is something that we need to address. It's not yet where I want it to be, but we need to go in steps and continue to drive the business at the same time. So can I have the next slide? And on the next slide is what happens next. What happens next is, look, the newly appointed VPs will now meet with the new leadership teams. And in some cases, these meetings have already started. And together, they will design the next level down for this new organization. In some cases, there will be hardly any changes. In some cases, there may be some more significant changes coming. What I can promise you is that it will go very fast. I'm setting April 1 as the final date to have all the new structure in place and operational. But I think we can be done before that. And we will implement changes as they are ready to be implemented. Once the business units are in place, then immediately the support functions will realign to support the new business structure and ensure that we have the continuity of business that we absolutely need to continue to be successful in the future. Again, the goal is to have the new Golden Gate structure in place at the latest by April 1st. So if you could have the next slide. Of course, I cannot close without setting the objectives for next year in total as a region. We will be looking at growing at about 4% operational sales growth. That is the growth that matters. Once we include the Hillrom integration, our growth will actually be 21%. That's good to know, but really what we're looking at is that 4% operational sales growth, which means like for like versus the previous year. And that would keep us in the range in which we have been for the last 4 years now, where every year we've been growing between 3 to 6% and continue to delivering as an important region to the overall success of the company. And you will tomorrow in the breakout sessions see what that 4% translates into for your own business unit. And then as you go down further in the country, what that means for each one of you out in the field, if you are in the field, or for all of us, if you are in support functions to help to achieve that 4% overall. I'm going to cover one more slide before I close. Look, there's nothing matters if we don't do it with ethics and compliance. I don't care about hitting that 4% number or the 21% number if we cannot do it in an ethical way. It is absolutely important that we really believe in this. It's not just a slide, but repeating the slide is useful to make sure that we're centered around it. This is how we want to operate. This is how I can sleep well at night, and I do. This is how Joe can sleep well at night, and I really, really want to stress that I know that all of you share this ideal, and I am really, really thankful for the attention that you're giving to this. So let's close with Save and Sustain Lives. Next slide. This is really what we're here for. This is our mission. And we achieve it by continuously be at the forefront of innovation, by delivering to our customers while we reinvent ourselves, which is the essence of agile growth, which we've been driving for the last 3-4 years. So thank you very much. And I say, Patrice, we're ready to go into Q&A now. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristiano. I think we have a lot of questions, and you covered a number of them, but we're going to group some of the questions that are on the same topic. Can we have the first question, please? The most voted for question. So please communicate a plan for Reno. Is there an initiative for a new monitor for Baxter to be competitive again? Terra Nova is great, but combined with a modern HDX machine, it would be awesome.
I'll go first, and then I'll let Joe comment on this as well. First of all, you're absolutely right. Terra Nova is great. I'm glad that you recognize it. I think it's a fantastic product, and I also fully agree with you that if it would be combined with a HDX machine, it would be. It also miss the word. Actually, I think so. You got it. Listen, the challenge is always there are limited funds for where we can invest, and we always have to make trade-offs, and these trade-offs happen at the level of Joe's leadership team or at the global business unit teams on where we do these investments. We have been looking, and we still are looking at what it would take to completely build a new monitor system. It's a massive investment, and it would require several years to get there. I tell you honestly, we're also looking at, can we partner with somebody on the outside? And that would probably be faster and certainly a smaller investment. So I don't want to say, no, we're not looking at it. I don't want to say, yes, we have a concrete plan, because both would be wrong. We are evaluating and deciding the next steps. I don't know, Joe, if there is anything you want to add.
I do. Would be great if people put their names on the question instead of anonymous. Just register with your name, Patrice. You have led that instruction for the meeting?
We always do.
Always do. Okay. But nevertheless, we do have turnover. Would be great to have a combination. At the moment, we are very focused on capital allocation as we have new businesses. Some business will receive money for more new products. Some will have money to maintain the new products. So at this moment in time, Baxter does not have a plan in place to launch a new monitor, neither to design a new monitor, other than continue to improve versions of AK98 as well as artists going forward, as well as hopefully agreement with a third party to be able to distribute product. There'll be a I don't know, Christian, do you guys have a breakout sessions, don't you?
Tomorrow there is a session on renal care. Yes.
Renal care. So is Leanne participating?
Yeah.
Okay, there will be a great question for Leanne to ask, to answer to the team. What are we in partnering with another firm outside, and as well as the portfolio of ICHD? Thank you.
Okay, so next question. So that's not the next question.
That's the same one.
That's the same. Yeah, this is a sensitive topic, and Joe, you alluded to that. What actions have been taken to reduce back orders and more generally supply chain issues?
Few things. We're adding a significant amount of resources to the plants. We have hiring plan. We're accelerating hiring plan every place we can. I don't know if you know, but if there was a significant amount of people around the globe with Omicron, and when despite the fact our plants have an infection rate that is multiple times below the communities, we get impacted as well. Because of that, the employees, when they have suspicion of the virus, or they have the virus, depends where you are in the world, is 5 days to 14 days of quarantine. That disrupts quite a bit of our supply chain. We're hiring a significant amount of more people at the moment, as well as the disruption of raw materials and components. We have limitation in what we can do. We're buying significant amount of components. It's not only us. You can read every company out there is having issues. I will say to you, there is a tremendous focus in the company right now on this. This is my number one priority. I want to make sure that you know, I have meetings very frequently. Once a week, we get together, 7 of us, to go over what is happening. We're going to get even more in depth in this. We should see alleviation of those back orders going into February, as far as I know. Did you have, Christian, a chance to invite Jim Borzi to this meeting?
Not as a speaker on this one. I'm not sure if he's on as an audience. So, but a good point. I should have had him on the call.
Yeah, that is a good thing. Jim is having a significant amount of work done here. Listen, folks, nobody likes to have these back orders. We've been very focused in fixing our service issues, as well as quality issues in some of the products. So there's no excuse here other than we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, not much to add. Maybe just a couple of additional points in addition to treat it at the source. We're also trying to really focus on forecast and safety stock levels. It's difficult to forecast in this environment. It really is. What is the Omicron doing? Are there going to be more surgeries or less? What's the implication for the ICU? I mean, you live it. Many of you live this every day. You understand. So still, we are systematically looking at the forecast, and we are reviewing the safety stock levels in order to help that. The situation has improved a little bit from where we were in December. We are not yet at the levels where we were maybe 6 or 8 months ago. That's where we need to go back. And I told you before, customer experience is one of the absolute center areas for the Golden Gate project, and we will continue to improve it and not give up until we get it under control.
Yeah, and Christian, if I may add, folks, nothing exempts our responsibility for product supply. Nothing. Your role, if you're not in supply chain, is and you're responsible for sales forecast, is to do the best you can. Remember when I presented earlier, I said about insights, the ability to understand your market. The people with best understanding of the market are the folks who make a difference. We need to have better forecast accuracy across the globe from all of our commercial entities. It doesn't exempt our ability to have to supply products in a better fashion.
Okay, next question, please.
Otherwise, just read it from, I know you get the...
So, will the Hillrom acquisition impact our MICP bonus?
The structure of the bonus will not be impacted by the Hillrom acquisition. As you know, in Europe, we have a common operating income, or in EMEA, we have a common operating income. So the only level at which is impacting is if Hillrom does well or poorly. Let's help Hillrom do really, really well, and it will impact your MICP positively. That's the only thing I can say.
Okay. Next question, please. I can read it from here. Many organizational changes announced on Friday, with only one assignment to a female leader. So how come? And I know, Cristiano, you've already partly answered this. And there are a few questions on this topic.
Yeah. Jill, I know you have a strong opinion on this as well. I'm happy to comment for Europe.
I think it's for you to comment.
Okay.
You know how I feel about this, and I think inclusion and diversity are diverse. This is a question about diversity, not inclusion. Diversity is how we create the mix that is representative of the society that we live. So, please go ahead, Chris.
So I touched on it during my presentation. I fully recognize the issue, and I am unhappy with it as much as the person asking the question. However, when we take the decision, I have to take many parameters into consideration. I would, first of all, I'm very happy to be able to appoint Priska to the VP role. That was one important step. I'm happy to have been able to expand the leadership team by bringing a total of 5 women into the leadership team. These are steps in the right direction. But they are still insufficient. We're at 20%. We should ideally be at 50%. My target would be at least 40 by now. So I had these opportunities. Why did I make the decision right now? In the final 4 for 2 positions, I had 2 women in the final 4. And at the end, though, I had to make a decision that was based not only on gender diversity, but also on the background and the specific skill sets that were required in this moment. And against every intention that I had, I actually had to make the decision in that direction once you get there. So not happy. I still think these were the right decisions for where we stand today. But this remains an area for us to continue to work on.
Good. Next question. The votes keep changing, so. No,
I think we covered this one, right?
we covered this one already. Yes. So
Maybe we stay there because it looks like the actions that we're taking is recruitment. We've been paying more wages every place in the world. We're being more competitive to be able to recruit. There is a shortage of employees in many places of the world. If not, we also are very competitive in acquiring components and acquiring raw materials. Has been a real difficult time. It doesn't mean the company shouldn't be doing better. There's no excuse to it. But I'm telling you what we're doing. We're recruiting more people. We're putting more contracts in place. We're making buys of components in the long term, and we're making sure that we fly products when we cannot put them in the belly of a ship. So we're spending a significant amount of dollars flying products around the world. So to alleviate the supply constraints that we have. So don't think we take this lightly. We are absolutely focused on this. Cristiano, I have one more minute. I have a meeting in about 5 minutes.
I know, and Joe, I think what we can do is we can maybe wrap it up, and the questions, as usual, the questions that are still pending, we will try to reply by email to the team. And but it was good to hear from you directly on this. So Joe, thank you for joining, and it was good to have you as usual. And I think Patrice, now we are on a break, right?
absolutely. We're going to take a break until 1:45. So yep.
Okay.
See you back.
I'd like to thank everyone for everything you do. We are focused on the supply. Your responsibility is the 5 that I spoke to you, plus the patient safety, quality, integrity in everything we do, look around the corner, sense of urgency. The things are on that page. Remember that. I count on you. Thank you very much. And it's an honor and a pleasure to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, again, and welcome back. I hope you had a moment to move around a little bit and now be ready for the second part. Just before we go into the second part, I just want to say one thing. There's always more questions that we can answer in these sessions. And what we will do is we will take the questions that we were not able to answer and regroup them by themes and provide an answer by mail by the end of this week. So, and then of course, we will have more occasions in town halls and so on to continue to discuss the various points. So now, without stealing time from the rest of the program, today was the first day very much focused on the global messages and the region-wide messages. Tomorrow you will go into the business unit sessions and the senior sessions, and then into the country sessions, so that we move from broad, we narrow down to something that is very specific for you in the countries where you are. This afternoon now, what I wanted to do is, since we are two companies coming together that don't know each other all that well yet, I have asked a couple of senior people from the businesses to tell us more about Baxter and tell us more about Hillrom. So we have on one side Andy Goldney, who is now the VP of Nutrition and Pharma for Europe, who is gonna talk to us a little bit about Baxter, who we are as a company, and he's kind of just gonna build a little bit on some of the things that both Joe and I said before. And that's going to be a little bit of a shorter time, and then a little bit extra time we have reserved for Erik Verkruis, who's now the VP of ICS in EMEA, and Dirk Linzat, who's now the VP of Commercial Operations and Integration in EMEA, to take us a little bit through who is Hillrom, and hopefully through the two presentations you will get a better understanding about the two companies and about the new Baxter. So with that, if I can invite Andy on stage. Andy, it's all yours. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Cristiano, and thanks for the introduction. So look, I've got the task today, really targeting this next 15 minutes. Primarily, I think we've got almost 1,000 employees from ex-Hillrom, so new to Baxter in the organisation. So I really wanted to give a little bit of a perspective about our patients, about our products, and about our people, and really focus in on some of those areas. I think it's very important that we get an opportunity to introduce ourselves and introduce our therapy areas, so that we can start to see the connections. So just before I jump in, if we can just cue the video, please.
Somewhere beyond traditional thinking, beyond standard treatments, is a place that bridges where we've been to where we're driven to be. It's where innovation that saves and sustains lives meets the providers who make it happen. Where our ability to manage illness expands to reach patients with limited options. Where we address complications before they become life-threatening. Where we're not only treating diseases, but also discovering smarter ways to prevent them. This is our place, where we come together to write our greatest chapter as a visionary company operating at the center of global healthcare. This is the intersection of our boldest possibilities. This is the new Baxter.
Thank you. And just in a minute, hopefully that gives you a flavour. I want to start with a question, and I'm going to read the question out because it's a very important moment of reflection. Are we a healthcare company doing good for people, or are we a people company doing good for healthcare? And there is a polling function. We're not going to do that today. We just haven't got time. But I just simply wanted to ask the question, and each of you to think about how you would answer that question. Most of you will say both. Okay. We are a healthcare company doing good for people, but we're certainly, as at Baxter, a people company doing good for healthcare. And it's an important emphasis on people that I want to come back to again and again in this presentation. You know, we can have the greatest products, we can have the greatest therapies, we can have the greatest strategies, but without that focus on people, they're just dreams, they're just aspirations, they're just ideas. We need people to execute on all those things. So there's a number of initiatives that within our 90-year history, pushing the boundaries of healthcare, we've again and again proved that developing people in order to execute on those strategies is absolutely critical in everything that we stand for, in our culture and in our actions within the organization. If we can go to the next slide, please. So look, this is a slide, and you can see the dark blue that is coloured out is really the region. So Europe, Middle East, and Africa. You can see, I'll start with the top right. So we're actually in over 80 countries across EMEA, which is extremely challenging and offers that diversity. So we've got Western European business and our emerging markets business. In the whole company across Europe, 13,000 employees, it's roughly 50-50 in terms of number of employees across our organisation. And 38% of the company, Legacy Baxter, are in the millennials. And that makes a difference. So our workforce is changing fairly quickly, both in terms of, well, in every aspect of diversity, as Joe articulated it. But there's a particular focus on the workforce is becoming younger. We have 28 sites across EMEA, 17 sites for manufacturing, and 11 sites for our aseptic compounding business. These are clean room environments that do manipulations for cancer therapies and nutrition and antibiotics inside hospitals sometimes to provide a service. But we've got a big manufacturing presence across Europe. Just in the bottom left, a couple of statistics there. Average age, 42. And average years of employment, 11. Now, that's quite interesting. So the average duration of employment in Baxter, 11 years. That's a long time. My own personal experience is I've just hit my 30-year anniversary in the organisation, had a number of jobs and done a number of different things in that time. We also have a research and development presence inside Europe. Very, very important to leverage those relationships, make sure that the innovation, the understanding of our customers and our markets plays out within Europe. And lastly, at the top left, and I think we got into this debate. So 30% of I'll give you the statistics. 50% of our employees are women, 40% of our managers are women, and 30% of our directors and VPs are women. All right. So clearly there is work to do, and there are very specific targets, which I'll come back to, about this area and other areas of inclusion and diversity that I really want to make sure that we reference as we go through this 15 minutes. Can we go to the next slide, please? I just want to touch very briefly. Joe did a great job on articulating our businesses, and you saw the visual across the top of the inside hospital to outside hospital. And I want to just give you a couple of what I would call fast facts on our each business. And I'll start in the top left. So our acute therapies, innovative products and therapies for life-threatening conditions in the ICU, so in the intensive care unit. Just a couple of statistics. We've got over 11,000 monitors, Prismax and Prismaflex monitors across our Europe, Middle East and Africa region. So 11,000 monitors. And during COVID, we placed approximately another 1,400 in unprecedented demand. So this is primarily focused on acute injury, acute kidney injury. It's machines, it's fluids, and it's sets. And we also have an ability to capture that data and connect the care, which again is a theme that we talked about in the earlier presentation. Medication delivery, a business that I've been involved in for some time. So I'll give you a fast fact. We ship 300 million units of intravenous fluids around Europe every year. That's 300 million units. So we have a fluid business, we have a pumps business, we have a patient monitoring business, and it's a big area for us. So it's extremely demanding from a manufacturing and a logistics point of view, but life-saving prescription medicines, 300 million units every year in that medication delivery business alone. And the products go right across the hospital. You'll see the Baxter logo and the Baxter box right across the hospitals. So that's probably our biggest spread on the patient journey of where you would use medication delivery products. I'm going to move to the clinical nutrition business. Leading clinical nutrition solutions formulated to help patients maintain or regain their health. And Joe said it, this is parenteral nutrition. So this is nutrition that's going intravenously. It's important to distinguish. We're talking about into the veins nutrition. And an interesting fact, over 30 million people in Europe will be at risk of malnutrition as we speak today. Over 30 million, and half of those will not be diagnosed with malnutrition. And within Europe, 1 in 3 patients that receive parenteral nutrition, it will be Baxter. 1 in 3 patients. And we're also very special area in the neonatal area where 1 in 10 births will be premature, extremely delicate period of life. And Baxter are the only company still with ready-to-use formulations for nutrition in that patient group. So it comes with a huge amount of responsibility, but that's the nutrition business. And then when I move down to the middle with the pharmaceuticals business, generic injectable medicines and inhaled anesthetics critical to effective patient care. This business has a big anesthesia area, so operating rooms. We are very, very strong in operating theatres. We also have big business. We're actually market leader in anesthesia. So putting patients to sleep, we are the market leader. We have a range of other drugs within the portfolio and a very large aseptic compounding business, which I talked to you about when I introduced the map of Europe. That business alone is over $350 million, and it's a service-based business. And if I come up to the top right, our advanced surgery business, so enabling surgeons to act with precision and speed to minimize complications and increase efficiency. As the team call it, advancing the art of healing. So this is a very strong clinical presence in all operating rooms where these products are used. We sold over 1.2 million units in this business into the operating rooms. And think about this, trying to increase the efficiency of surgery, trying to reduce waiting lists, trying to make more patients have daycare rather than inpatient stays. It's a really important business for Baxter. Interestingly, they also trained over 17,000 clinicians in last year alone, and are leading the way on some of the omni-channel businesses that we have. I also want to talk about renal care in the bottom right, just to give you a perspective on this business where we talk about preventing or pioneering therapy options for people with chronic kidney disease, so CKD, chronic kidney disease, including peritoneal dialysis and hemodialysis. And Cristiano talked about this. Peritoneal dialysis, as we speak today, there are 32,000 patients dialyzing at home on Baxter therapies that are absolutely reliant on our products and services to stay alive. Okay, so they are being hooked up to machines with fluids and sets. Quite often those machines are intelligent, so we can gather the data, we can look for issues and challenges and stop them happening, but also ensure compliance and make sure those patients are treated. So think about that. That's the equivalent of a football stadium full of patients, 100% reliant on Baxter to keep them alive. So that comes with responsibility. And just on that theme, I just want to give you one example, and the many that will exist across the Baxter portfolio, of a patient named Isaac who was totally reliant on Baxter. Can we cue the video, please?
A condição clínica do Isaac é síndrome de intestino curto. O Isaac iniciou a nutrição parentérica a partir precisamente de 1 ano e 1 mês de idade. O Isaac faz nutrição parentérica 6 dias por semana. As maiores vantagens desta terapia em casa são principalmente a qualidade de vida do doente e da família. Eu ajusto as horas e o tratamento que ele tem que fazer com as atividades que ele poderá fazer fora. Ir jogar futebol, ir andar de skate. O Isaac também é escoteiro, portanto eu acho que é definitivamente importante e vantajoso a parentérica no domicílio.
Thank you. And we're all sitting in many places across Europe, but actually just stopping for one moment and thinking about the difference that we are making directly to patients' lives every day is one of the things that keeps me going, keeps me motivated, and provides that purpose in the organisation. You'll hear more about how we think about our passions in protecting our planet. We talked about empowering our patients, but I just want to spend 1 minute or a couple of minutes on championing our people and communities, which is an important area of what Baxter stands for. The next slide, please. So championing our people, you will hear a lot about manager effectiveness scores, and you will hear a lot about what we call ACE check-ins. So aligning, check-in, and execute, ACE check-ins. We know that having good managers in regular discussion, talking about the business, the strategies, and you, and how you are, and how you're developing, and how you're feeling, are absolutely critical lead indicators for a healthy business. We know that. So we score every manager who has more than 5 employees against questionnaires that come out regularly, which is a really important aspect of the Baxter culture. We do a lot of giving back globally, and I know Hill will do the same. I've seen some fantastic examples from the people I've already met. Over 17,000 employee volunteer hours logged, many personal experiences I've had across many countries in the world that are foundational to what I remember about my career in the organisation. And we also have a big area. Joe talked a lot about inclusion and diversity. I'm going to come to it just with one slide in 1 second. We have 4 regional, what we call business resource groups. I think the equivalent for you is employee resource groups. We have inclusion champion groups, and I chair the Inclusion Council across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and sit on the global group. Underneath, you can see, and Cristiano referenced, we have numerous, if you like, awards, recognitions of the activities that Baxter are doing. Okay, we should never take this for granted, and we should never ever think that our work is done in these areas, because quite frankly, it never is. If we could just go to the next slide, please. Well, I'm asking for people to get involved. What you see here are our groups. So our business resource groups across early career professionals, Baxter Enables, Baxter Women Leaders, the Baxter Equality Network, and also our newest initiative launching the Baxter Multicultural Network, BRG, which is extremely important, fighting for racial injustice or fighting for racial justice. And I could talk for a long time on each one of those, and I will for those of you that would love to get involved. I am asking, we're going to be very thoughtful about how we integrate with Hilram and all the great work that you've done globally and in Europe to make sure this work matters. All right, this work matters. It is not peripheral. It is not something we just add on to the business. It's fundamental. We know that 67% of job seekers look at these areas and our position on inclusion and diversity before they choose whether to come to Baxter. And we know that 50% of our employees want us to do more, because we can always do more. So I really want to make sure everybody understands their role to play in this area. And I'm asking you to be courageous, step up, get involved, because we need more people like you. Next slide, please. So look, this is just a photo of a number of groups, and this really was in here to remind me. We have many people on this call from supply chain, manufacturing, from groups that have never ever been able to take their eye off the ball, have had to go into the office or into the manufacturing unit or into the distribution center or into the compounding facility, wear masks pretty much every day for the last 2 years and work in some very difficult conditions under some very, very difficult circumstances. We've also had people in hospitals training on our machines, making sure that they're fixed. This is just a simple way to say thank you. You are as important to every single commercial person in our organization. We appreciate it, and we don't take it lightly. Yes, it's been hard for us to work from home, but we know it's been harder for you to work under those circumstances in the different environments that you work right across the region. So thank you for that. And I guess lastly, I'm just going to go to the last slide. I would just like to maybe give you my summary, what I call the secret sauce or the secret ingredients. For those of you that are joining Baxter, it's maybe the 3 things that I found over my career in the organization. that are the recipe for success, for you to have a good career, an enjoyable career with strong purpose. Optimism is a force multiplier. We need more optimists. We need people who can find the solutions to the problems, because we've always got problems, but there are people that provide problems to solutions. We need solutions to problems, okay? Find your purpose and your passion. Some businesses make you more passionate than other businesses. Understand what it is that drives you, because purpose and having a meaningful career is critical in driving our business forward. And then the results follow. And my last message is, and this is the most important one for me, accountability gets noticed in Baxter. So stepping up, owning it, saying, I've got that, I'm going to sort that, I'm going to help with that, I'm going to get involved with that in order to solve the solution. So accountability, really, really important. Please be courageous, be accountable. Great to see the questions coming in with names on and accountability, asking some tough questions. This is the culture and the environment that we want. And on that note, and it's a very quick review of Baxter and some of my insights, I'm going to introduce Dirk and Eric, both of whom I've had the pleasure of working with across the Hillrom organization. I know that you have a sense of fun as one of the Hillrom cultures, and I'm delighted to introduce them to talk through maybe Hillrom in a bit more detail and some of the overlaps with Baxter. So thank you. And Dirk, I think over to you.
Thanks so much, Andy. Have you ever wondered why Baxter would want to buy a bed company? If you do want to learn why, stay tuned for the next 30 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure and honor to be here together with Eric. And in the next 30 minutes, on behalf of the Legacy Hillrom team, we will take you through a brief summary of the Hillrom business and the transformation journey that we've been through, and from here on, how we advance strategy together and how we advance connected care together. So let's move on to the first slide, please. So this slide is a one-page summary of the journey we've been through, and it's basically driven by the vision to advance connected care and inspire people working together. Hang on. As always, people are the most important part of the business here. Andy already talked about that. Basically what we have here is 500 sales and marketing people, 150 customer care people, 350 service engineers, all working together as a commercial team. Diversity, inclusion, belonging, and a strong set of values is how we choose to advance together. And last but not least, it is also important to note that the results can only be delivered together with our colleagues in operations and in the support functions. And just like we heard earlier today, we've also had our fair share of supply challenges as we went through COVID and as we deal with global supply challenges altogether. The strategic priorities and the ambition to be a category leader in the areas we choose to operate in have helped us to focus our efforts. The PSS, GSS, and frontline care portfolios cover many areas of the care continuum that Cristiano talked about earlier, and Eric will go deeper into this. PSS, the Patient Support Systems, is the origin of the Hillrom business, and it started more than 90 years ago, bringing the home to the hospital. And as Hillrom aspired to expand from a bedtech company to become a medtech company, more acquisitions were made. Most significant was the acquisition of Welch Allyn in 2015, which started the frontline care segment. And then later on, the acquisition of Trump Medical got Hillrom into the operating theater and started the global surgical solutions business. The connected solutions are an increasing portion of the portfolio, with 25% of the devices sold being connected or having an ability to connect. And frontline care is and has been at the forefront of this. And step by step, we will advance this into other segments. The 350 service engineers I just mentioned have an important impact on the EMEA business. The service and rental engineers combined drive almost 20% of the revenue at a highly attractive margin. The biggest portion of the rental market is in Germany. While we have a strong sales force, we do also rely, as you can see here, on a strong partnership with distributors in markets where we do not have critical mass, mostly the emerging markets, but also in segments where our go-to-market model is not really a good fit. As an example, sales directly to the physicians' offices. Now, this is just a high-level snapshot of the legacy Hillrom EMEA business. And now on to Eric to take a deeper dive into how this fits the Baxter mission and how we advance our strategy together. Eric.
Thank you so much, Dirk. And I'll go back to your original question. This the question you started with like, what happens with this bad company? And I think it's extremely important. I will resonate with the word transformation and acceleration that we heard both Joe and Cristiano mention to us today. We have been on a very similar transformation over the last few years. We have a very similar origin. It's a US-based company. We started around 100 years ago with a mission of enhancing outcome for patients and caregivers. And for the first big chunk of that history, it was very focused on the patient environment, the patient room, and with a big contribution from the bed. And about, let's say, 10 years ago, I also have a bit of history in the company. I've been here 15 years, so I have some good memories of the different choices we made in the past. A big choice was made about 10 years ago, which is we need to evolve from a bed company to a medtech company. And this is when you saw the first major acquisitions to kind of expand our presence and our mission beyond the patient's room and into the OR and outside of the hospitals with frontline care. That has been a very significant and successful driver for our growth. And then a second choice, a very important choice, came about, let's say, 2-3 years ago, which is if we really want to make that big difference for patients and caregivers, we need to go beyond the device. We need to build on our legacy and the trust that customers have in us, but we need to evolve and move from devices to solutions. And we have an aspiration to move to software-based solutions so that we can give access to care to a large number of the population. And if you hear this, it's extremely similar to what we have heard from the beginning of the aspiration of Baxter and the next steps. And I think that's why it makes so much sense when I read Uniting to Save and Sustain Lives. I think there's a great sense of excitement, there's a great sense of pride on behalf of all the Hillrom employees who have built this company to now join forces with Baxter, to become Baxter employees, and now to kind of all own, and I'll take the accountability piece of advice, we all own the success of the Hillrom integration, and we all own the Baxter transformation to even a greater company. If we can move to the next slide. We made, I like the word choices, and these are the choices we made when you say, how do we advance connected care? Something that is on this slide that you also all need to be very aware of is our focus is to help caregivers. And Cristiano commented on that when we met, which was Baxter is extremely focused on the patient. Hillrom brings a ton of focus from the caregivers, and the combination is very powerful. We picked 4 areas to help caregivers, 3 building on our legacy strengths, brought by our portfolio, but adding technology to increase the value. One is what we call accelerating patient recovery. It's basically do everything we can to help patients go back to their normal lives. The second, and I think it aligns very well with the Baxter mission as well. The second one is about diagnosis and treatment. How can we give smarter devices and solutions to physicians so that more people have good access to high quality care and high capabilities of diagnosis and treatment? The third one is about the OR. The OR, as you're probably all aware of, because that's a place you're familiar with, the big topic at the moment is the massive backlog created by the COVID piece, and anything that will help driving efficiency in the OR is highly valued, and that's where we come in. And the last one that you see here is something new, something that we have introduced recently in the US and that we are pushing to develop in this side of the region, which is the clinical communication. How do we help the organization and the teams of caregivers getting better organized and collaborating easily in a compliant way and high security way? And what I want to do next is to take you through a little bit deeper to show for these 4 areas, where do we play in terms of care settings, what is the value we want to bring, and what are the portfolios that we utilize. If we can move to the next slide. So in terms of patient recovery, the first thing we do is prevent adverse events. Prevent adverse events like pressure ulcers, like falls, like complications from intubated patients. The second thing we want to really push to help is detect patient deterioration earlier. I think there's also a big theme around sepsis in Baxter that will resonate well with this one. I will give you an example a bit later on our connected vital monitors. And something we're very passionate about, from the ICU to the med-surg, is how we help early mobilization of our patients. The sooner you're back on your feet, the sooner you go back home. So this is what we want to provide. And you see, we're very focused with this set of values in terms of inside of the hospitals, from emergency department, intensive care, and med-surg units. And the main portfolios that provide value are the connected vital sign monitors that I will come back on in terms of giving you a bit of an example of connected care, the smart beds, and what we call safe patient handling, which is everything to help patients being transferred safely or patients being put back on their feet safely. So this is the first, and I'm sure that each of you will recognize pieces where we can connect the two strengths of the portfolio and make this even greater. If we move to the next one, I'll take you through the screening and monitor and diagnosis. So we have a long history with Welch-Allyn, which is also a 100-year-old company, of providing devices for screening, diagnosis, and treatment. And with the acquisition of Mortara, we have a very strong presence in the cardiology as well. What we've been focusing on over the last couple of years is to add digital capabilities into these devices so that we take better picture, that can drive to better diagnosis, that can drive to AI being able to help on the diagnosis, that can help capture images and exchange them with other members of the healthcare systems to improve care and to give access to a greater number of patients. So we provide these devices that you can see. We're just launching digital otoscopes and anoscopes. It's a brand new launch. We have stress resting ECG and Holters in cardiology, and the vast majority today is connected. And we are also just launching a new camera that very easily, without any training, allow you to read the back of the eye. It's really important for a diabetes patient that can go through some complications into the eye that can lead to blindness. So that's our second pillar. And now let me take you to the OR. In the OR, one of the uniques, if you can move to the next slide. Thank you. So in the OR, as I mentioned, really focusing on efficiency and safety for both patients and caregivers. One of the unique things and the unique setup that we bring with Hillrom is we can provide a full, what we call ecosystem. We can provide a full surgical solutions for simple procedures all the way to very complex projects and very complex technologies. The way we do this, we start with the traditional OR. Traditional OR, you can all picture it. It's the surgical table in the middle of the room, and then we provide the lights, the booms, and the whole architecture to build the OR. Over the last few years, there's been an acceleration in what we call hybrid OR, which is bringing the digital imaging together with a surgical environment, or the robotic OR. And here we have something extremely unique. We have very exclusive partnerships with some of the leading companies that are in robotic and imaging for the OR. So companies like Philips and Siemens on the imaging, and companies like Intuitive on the robotics. That's also very unique. And one of the latest additions we have done in this suite of solutions is what we call procedural connectivity. These are solutions that allow all the staff in the OR to navigate videos, to retrieve the PACS images, to connect remotely to either another OR or another surgeon, to do some remote training sessions. It's one place to have access to all information and to connect with all the people we want to connect to, which are relevant to the operation. And we know that we've already used this in some of the seminars together with some Baxter portfolio for remote training. So these are the three where we have taken our historical portfolio, added some digital technology, and start building on that. So taking a simple bed, making it smart, and start sharing data is an example. The next one, if we can move slide, is something, as I mentioned, which is new, which is how do we help the caregivers getting organized, communicate among themselves, in a very kind of secure way and data compliance way. Many of our customers use WhatsApps and similar platforms to communicate, and we need to help them move away from that and move into much more robust platforms. The product that we have, which is US-based at the moment, and we are looking at a geo expansion across the region, is called Volt. A very simple way to remember the name Volt. So voice, alarms, and text. You take the first two letters of these three and you end up with Volt. So the core, the departure point of Volt has been, how do we allow caregivers to communicate? You don't need to know the name of the person. You need to know who's in charge of that patient, who's on what shift, who's on what function available at the moment within the environment I'm in, which is not only the hospital, but also the ability to expand towards a physician office and ambulatory settings outside of the hospitals. How can we share information? How can we exchange text without taking the risk of leaking patient information? How can I have a platform which lies on a phone that allows me to go into smart alarms? So I only get the alarms that are relevant, that are about my patients, and it's more than a beep. I also know why it alarms. And we can also provide waveforms. We can integrate into the EMR. So it's a complete platform to bring all information to caregivers and to allow them to exchange with future development towards patients, but also their families. So an extremely exciting portfolio that we were really looking forward to invest in. And I'm now super excited that with the Baxter footprint and the similar roadmaps we are going through in terms of transformation, we're going to be able to accelerate the development of clinical communication. So what do we mean by advancing connected care? It's a question we get in many conversations, and I wanted to take the opportunity to share that. And you'll see the similarity between this and what Joe shared at the very beginning, because it's actually extremely similar, the way we were looking at this within Hirom and now how we integrate into Baxter. The first one is about collecting data. We are, as I mentioned earlier, a company that started with devices. So the first step that we can do is to start collecting data out of these devices. So how do we collect data out of a bed, out of a monitor, and now expanding because you have the exact similar roadmap on the Baxter side? How can we collect that data and in a very scalable and easy way integrate it into the hospital system so that this data can be centralized and communicated? And then Joe made a point of that as well. Data starts having value once you turn data into insights. So what are the right combination of data that will create the right insights so that, for example, we can detect a risk earlier, or we can detect a need to take an action on a patient? This is the value of the data we collect. And we can collect data from our own devices, but we can also collect data from the EMR and from other sources of information to create more powerful insights. And the third step, using tools such as Volt that I just described, is about once we have these insights, how can we enable the workflow for the caregivers? How can we help them have the right level of these insights at the right time, things that are only relevant, and allow them to get organized the best way for the patient outcome? So this is a very similar view. And I'd like to give you an example to see that, while we have started this journey pretty recently, we already have some significant presence in the field. So if we can move to the next slide, and I will tell you more about connected vitals. So what we call connected vitals in Hirom is the ability for a nurse to go around the patients on a very regular basis and to capture different vital signs. This is a standard of care in many places, but it was not always done this way, in an integrated way. It was done like one parameter at a time, maybe written down, then potentially at some stage uploaded into the EMR, from a manual capture into the EMR. And what we want to propose to our customers here is to have a one-stop shop. You roll in the connected vitals monitors, you capture heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure, and as many a set of very long parameters if you want. And then it will turn it automatically into what we call an early warning score, and it will send it to the EMR. And based on the threshold, it can also generate a specific response of the care team for that patient. So what you see on the left is based on the promise we make in terms of saving time, in terms of reducing the time between we capture the data and it's in the EMR, and our promise of reducing errors. This is what you see on the left. It's some very significant time savings, the data much faster into the EMR, and then a massive reduction of document errors. So it's a great first step. It's a great first step because we see it resonates well with our customers, it makes sense, and it has tangible benefits. And when you look to the right, it's like, how much of that is a reality today? Well, we have already about 70,000 of these monitors installed. The connect rate keeps going up. As I speak, about 40% of all the devices we ship are connected from the start. We have 500 customer sites that are connected, and sometimes sites are connected through the same organization. So maybe a group of hospitals that go to a centralized place, and all the hospitals are connected with their vitals through that centralized place. And we have demonstrated the ability to connect to so far more than 50 different EMR companies. These are very important facts because you know that many different companies will make the same claims. They will talk about digital, they will talk about connectivity, but today very few are able to redemonstrate the ability to actually do it and to demonstrate the ability to provide measurable outcomes. So we are very proud of this. This is a very solid base to expand from. So I gave you an overall view of the portfolio. I've made a lot of effort because I have a natural tendency to speak fast. I'm sure I did, but I hope it just opens the appetite to know more. I know that a lot of connections have started between the teams in the countries, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to understand more about each other. The more we'll understand about each other, the better, because then we can all contribute to a successful Hirom integration and a successful development of a greater Baxter. So having said that, what I'd like to go is to go back to Dirk, because you've seen here that we have very different portfolios, and not always just in flow business, but sometimes in infrastructure business, and that has a massive impact on how we run our business. And Dirk is our champion to take you through what does it mean for running the business for these different type of business models. So Dirk, pass it on back to you.
Fantastic, Eric. Great overview. Thanks so much. And indeed, as you say, we didn't want to complete the overview without an introduction into the different business profiles that we operate in. And there are many ways to segment a business. And that's the one we want to look at here. So the picture that you see on the screen here is a segmentation by sales cycles, and there's many ways to segment. It's just an indication, but let's try and have a look at this together. So the percentages are indicative, and the lines between the segments can be blurred. It's not always one size in each bucket, but let's go from left to right. So the flow business is a type of business where the sales cycles are short. Orders come in frequently. Orders are basically of limited quantity. We mostly ship partial shipments, and the revenue flow is balanced through the month, the quarter, and the year. Most of the products made to stock and delivered directly from inventory. And also, as mentioned, the field service is part of this kind of business model. Repairs, rentals are done daily at high margins, and they drive part of our business, an important part of our business. If we then move to the recurring business, here we enter the world of the tenders, of the GPOs, really the capital goods side of the business. Sales cycles are longer, orders are larger but less frequent, and the products are configured to the customer demand or to the standard specification. And mostly these products are made to order, ideally shipped directly from plant to end customer. And the revenue recognition, which is an important element, can only be done once we have the proof of delivery, and mostly once we have the proof of installing. So products need to be unpacked, need to be put in the ward, plugged in, basic training performed, and then we can recognize the revenue. So you can understand the end of quarter can be kind of frantic for this kind of business. And if we then move up further to the right, even more complex, the sort of project business. And here we really are, I think, at the top of the complexity, with sales cycles that can stretch a few years, where sales teams and construction teams are in touch with architects and construction companies, And from the beginning on, they support the design of the operating theater, the refurbishment of a hospital, you name it. Orders can be very large. They can consist of many different products. They might even need to be delivered in different stages. They might need to be built in different stages. And it depends on many players coming together to get the desired end result for the customer. So really 3 distinct segments with overlaps in between. The one thing they all have in common is it relies on a strong sales force and a really well-functioning quote-to-cash process. So Cristiano and the leadership team have recognized the importance of understanding this segmentation as we proceed with the integration of Hillrom into Baxter. And with this, we hope we've given you a good overview of the legacy Hillrom EMEA business. And if you have more questions, just let us know or shout out with your name via Pigeonhole. And I'm sure we're going to be coming back to you really soon. We are excited to move forward in the next part of the journey. We know that integrations can always be challenging, but also we know that together we share similar values, similar missions, and similar passions. Together we can advance our strategy. Together we can advance connected care. And together we can save and sustain lives. Cristiano, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Very good presentation. Also, Andy, thank you also for your part. I hope everyone is going to sense a little bit of how bringing these 2 companies together gives us an opportunity to reposition ourselves, to create a new value proposition, a new enterprise value proposition about who Baxter is and the type of healthcare that we want to provide to the system for the future. Golden Gate, the bridge that I showed you before, is really what we need to do. We need to shift and go to the other side. And it's not going to happen overnight. This is going to take us some time to actually achieve everything that we're beginning to lay out as a vision now. But it's good to have that vision, and it adds purpose to what we are trying to do. And we always have to do it, like I always say, in an agile growth fashion. We have to keep focus on delivering the business that we own today while we reinvent ourselves for the business of the future. So I hope, like Dirk said, we just whet your appetite a little bit with this. Both ways, if you are in Hillrom, to understand more about the Baxter world and the way that we are serving customers in Baxter, and if you are in Baxter, to understand what Hillrom can bring and what these 2 companies together can become. Listen, we didn't try to answer all the questions in less than an hour here, but hopefully you will reach out to your colleagues in the countries, learn more, ask questions, and help us really bring this vision into focus as we go forward. Now, just to conclude, one thing I want to thank Francisco Canal, my counterpart, the lead of Baxter. Francisco could not be in the call today. He wanted to be in the call today, but he could not be because he had a personal conflict that he couldn't change. Francisco and I have worked very closely from day one. He has been very elegant in the way that he has been helping the transition. I know he would be proud of the presentations that we just saw, and I know he's excited about the future for Baxter and all of us. He will still be around with us until April 1st, and I will continue to rely on his input as we take decisions about what's the right next steps and so on. It has been very useful so far, and he will continue to help us for a while before then moving on to his next adventure, which I'm sure will be great as well. One last consideration on the numbers. I got some numbers. We're over 5,000 people on the call today, and I like I said at the beginning, it's different than meeting in person. It lacks a little bit that energy that you can create if you bring thousands of people together in a room. For the Baxter people, you certainly know that we're missing the gala dinners and the closing parties, which are always great fun. Listen, we'll do it again as soon as the conditions enable. But even then, it would be difficult for us to bring 5,000 people together the way we did today. What I like about today, we could enlarge beyond just the commercial teams. We have all the functions participating. I think that's great. That's one of the positive things. And again, we're going to think about how we're going to be doing it in the future to get the best of both worlds together here. Thank you all for your attention today. Really appreciate it. Everybody dialing in and staying dialed in for so long. And it continues tomorrow. Tomorrow you go down into the business units that you work for. Gets more specific to you, probably more interesting. And the day after, it goes into what you actually do in your business unit in the country to do exactly what we said, continue to deliver the numbers while we reinvent ourselves. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening, the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. Bye-bye.